of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic of the Philippines.
The 64th session of the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. May I request we'll request our Majority Floor Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva, to lead our chamber into prayer.
Let's put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Heavenly Father, we thank and praise you for this wonderful time and opportunity you have given to all of us to be a channel of your blessing to millions of our people from Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and all over the world. We pray that as we start our session today, we ask for your blessing from heaven. Let your wisdom from heaven be upon all of us. Let your treasury of wisdom guide us in deliberating important measures for our people and our nation. We pray that you bless every member of the Senate, every family represented here in the Senate, all our employees, our kababayans from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Encapsulate them with your glory and embrace them with your love and gladness, unspeakable joy that you can only give them, O Lord. We pray that today would be a memorable day, a fruitful day, so that we'll be able to lift up the lives of our beloved people from Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and even our OFWs. We love you and praise you as we carefully give back to you all the glory, all the honor, and praise. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen and amen.
Amen. Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 22 senators present, the chair declares the presence of quorum. Majority Leader? Majority Leader, may I request that we designate the Senate panel for the Bicameral Conference Committee for the AFP bill after you recognize the guests so that we can...
We can do it now, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you very much.
Please do so, Mr. President. I
Please
was about to make that motion, Mr. President, with the permission of the body. I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions on Senate Bill number 1849 and House Bill number 6517 entitled Strengthening Professionalism in the Armed Forces of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. President.
The following members are hereby designated the Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee, namely Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada as chairperson, Senator Sani Angara as member, together with Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Christopher Bongo, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Francis Tolentino, and for the minority, Senator Coco Pimentel III. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 63rd session, Monday, March 20, 2023, and consider the same as approved.
There being no objection to the motion, Majority Leader, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this juncture, before we proceed, Mr. President, may I be allowed to acknowledge some guests from the gallery? We have with us the better Gatchalian, Mr. President, the DSWD Secretary, Secretary Rex Gatchalian, who is here with us, and ASEC Elaine Falarcuna.
Welcome to the Senate, our distinguished
We also have
Secretary.
with us, Mr. President, guests of this representation, Governor Jose Enriquez Joen Miraflores of Aklan and Mayor Miguel Miraflores of Ibahay, Aklan.
To Governor Miraflores, welcome, and to your delegation, welcome to your Senate, Gov.
We also have with us, Mr. President, guest of this representation, the 2nd District Representative of Bohol, Congresswoman Maria Vanessa Omentado, the big boss of the governor, Mr. President.
The Speaker of the House of the Governor. Welcome to your Senate, Congresswoman Omentado.
We also have with us, Mr. President, guests of Senator Binay, Mayor Ronald Cosico of Paete, Laguna, and Carlos Miguel Cosico. Mayor Patrick Go of Siniloan, Laguna, guest of Senator Lapid and Ejercito, guest of Senator Cynthia Villar, Mayor Cyrus Calibo of Larena, Siquijor, Mr. Larry Apolinario, the champion of the first Philippine Trail Running Association, guest of Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren Legarda. Also with us, Mr. President, guest of Senator Angara, the 10 accomplished youth organizations accompanied by Ryan Esolana, the Executive Director of Tayo Awards Foundation, Gian Pineda, the Program Officer of Coca-Cola Foundation Philippines, guest of Senator Angara, guest of Senator Tolentino, participants to the Foreign Scholarship Training Program on Cyber Security at the University of Cincinnati. We have Major Romero from U.S. Air Force. We welcome all of them in this August Hall.
Yes, welcome to your Senate, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There being no objection to the motion, please proceed, Secretary, for the reference of business.
Message from the House of Representatives, letter from the House informing the Senate that on 15 March 2023, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number 7397, establishing in the city of Ligao, province of Albay, a College of Veterinary Medicine of the Bicol University to be known as the Bicol University College of Veterinary Medicine, appropriating funds therefore. 7398, establishing the Southern Luzon State University Catanawan Campus College of Veterinary Medicine, appropriating funds therefore. And 7412, establishing a College of Medicine in the Visayas State University located in the city of Baybay, province of Leyte, to be known as the Visayas State University College of Medicine, appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Higher Technical Vocational Education, Ways and Means of Finance.
7322, declaring a parcel of land located in Nueva Valencia, Guimaras, a protected area with the category of natural park under the National Integrated Protected Area System to be referred to as the Taclong and Tandong Group of Islands Natural Park, providing forest management, appropriating funds therefore. 7358, establishing community forests in Balubal, Cugman, FS Catanico, Indahag, Tablon, and Agusan in the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro City, Misamis Oriental, appropriating funds therefore. 7359, establishing an arboretum in the premises of the Community Environment and Natural Resources Office in Culambugan, Lanao del Norte, to be known as the Culambugan Arboretum, appropriating funds therefore. And 7360, establishing an arboretum in Tagoloan, Lanao del Norte, to be known as the Mighty Cape Park Arboretum, appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Finance.
7377, declaring Pinsal Falls located in San Nicolas, Pangasinan, a tourism destination.
Committees on Tourism, Public Works, and Finance.
7380, declaring Diket Falls, Umingan, Pangasinan, a tourism destination. 7388, declaring Huluga Caves 1 and 2 in Indahag, Cagayan de Oro, City, Province of Misamis Oriental as ecotourism sites. 7389, declaring Kalapat Cave in Barangay Dansulihon, Cagayan de Oro City, Misamis Oriental, an ecotourism site. 7390, declaring Cueva de Oro in Bayanga, Cagayan de Oro City, Misamis Oriental, an ecotourism site. 7391, Langag Cave located in Dansolihon, Cagayan de Oro City, Misamis Oriental, an ecotourism site. 7392, Macahambos Cave, Bayanga, Cagayan de Oro City, Misamis Oriental, an ecotourism site. 7394, Bolutuhan Cave, Indaha, Cagayan de Oro City, Misamis Oriental, an ecotourism site. 7395, Calavera Cave, Indaha, Cagayan de Oro City, Misamis Oriental, ecotourism site. 7399, Mambuaya Cave, Mambuaya, Cagayan de Oro City, Misamis Oriental, ecotourism site. 7316, Baguio, establishing the Baguio City High School for the Arts and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to Committees on Tourism, Environment, Natural Resources, Climate Change, and Finance.
Okay na?
I believe that's only until 7399.
Yes.
Yes, only until
Yes.
7399.
7316, establishing the Baguio City High School for the Arts and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to Committees on Basic Education, Culture, and Finance.
7406, amending sections 23, 50, 52, and 50 of RA 11689.
To the Committee on Local Government.
Bill on first reading, Senate number 2022, an act ensuring the senior high school graduates under the K-12 program are equipped with the knowledge, training, and skills demanded in the labor market, enhancing their employability and competitiveness, creating the Batang Magaling Councils to strengthen multi-stakeholder collaboration and support for the employment, allowing full deduction of training expenses incurred for their skills development, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, Senator Gatchalian.
Committees on Basic Education, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Resolution PSR 553, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the alleged anomalies, mismanagement, and corrupt practices prevalent in the state-run Philippine television network, including but not limited to non-increase of employee salaries for the past 15 years, irregular composition of the board of directors, and misuse of funds. Senator Tulfo.
To the Committees on Accountability of Public Officers, Investigation, Public Information, Mass Media.
Committee reports. Committee Report 59, jointly by the Committees on Trade and Commerce and Entrepreneurship, Economic Affairs, and Finance. So Senate number 2021 with Senators Angara, Revilla Jr., and Villar M as authors. An act to institutionalize the shared service facilities project for micro, small, and medium enterprises by amending RA 6977, otherwise known as the Magna Carta for Small Enterprises, as amended by RA 9501, otherwise known as the Magna Carta for Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises, recommending its approval in substitute of Senate number 761 and 1897, sponsor Senator Angara.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report 60, jointly by the Committees on Tourism, Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, and Finance, so Senate number 1615, introduced by Senator Angara, an act recognizing the municipality of Baler in the province of Aurora as the birthplace of Philippine surfing, recommending its approval with amendments taking into consideration House number 5961, Senator Angara.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to consider Senate Concurrent Resolution number 6, and for the Secretary to read the title of the measure. This is the resolution granting consent to Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren Legarda. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Concurrent resolution granting consent to Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren Legarda to accept the Commendatore to the Order of Merit of the Italian Republic conferred upon her by the Italian Republic.
Thank you, Mr. President. And may we ask our colleagues to settle down, please, Mr. President. Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Our Senate President, Juan Miguel Zubiri, is recognized.
Thank you very much, distinguished Senate President. I am proud to sponsor Senate Concurrent Resolution number 6, granting our consent to our Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren Legarda to accept her very well-deserved commendatory to the Order of Merit of the Italian Republic. Senator Legarda has long been one of our best ambassadors, constant in her efforts to put a spotlight on the wonders of our country and the excellence of our people. She has that program, Dayaw, which I watch every midnight. Having an opportunity to meet foreign dignitaries with her, I can attest to her matchless ability to forge meaningful ties with her foreign counterparts. She is so adept at disabusing them of any belief that we are a fledgling country with little to offer. Instead, leaving them excited about the opportunities for cultural and economic exchange with our country. It's for you. The Italian Republic's conferment of the Commendatore is a much-deserved award, recognizing her vital role in strengthening Philippine-Italian relations, particularly through her successful campaign to make the way for Philippine artists in Venice Biennale. She also spearheads the people-to-people interaction between our two countries. More than just a recognition of Senator Lauren Legarda's excellence, this award is also a testament to the Italian Republic's deep respect for our country and the importance with which they regard our diplomatic relations. And so, we are proud to grant our consent to Senator Lauren Legarda's Commendatore Award, and we congratulate her for this honor. Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Senate President Meg Zubiri. We congratulate our Senate President pro tempore, Lauren Legarda. And I hope that she was listening to the SP when she was delivering the speech.
We'll give
Majority Leader.
We'll give her a copy of the video, Mr. President. Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpolate or propose amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 6, subject to style, with all the senators as co-authors, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 6, subject style is hereby adopted with all the senators as co-authors.
Mr. President, Senator Pia Cayetano is seeking the floor.
Yes,
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Mr. President, I wanted to interpolate, but it doesn't matter if it's an interpolation or manifestation after the fact. I would just like to put on record that Senator Lauren, from the time I've known her, has always set a gold standard. She represents us not just in the far corners of the country. I know Senator Lauren, when I would visit the provinces, maririnig ko na si Senator Lauren has been there sa kasuluk-sulukan, nakakarating siya doon. And then she also takes time to travel and represent us across the world. She is very active in climate change. She is a household name among the climate change advocates. And if you ever need a politician who genuinely walks the talk, for lack of a better term, because that's really the term that suits her. That is her when it comes to climate change. She will always stand up. She will always, and she doesn't stand up just with catchword phrases. She knows. I was going to say a word that will be stricken off the record, but she knows her. So I was gonna say that she knows her stuff. She knows her stuff. She's well versed, and the reason I like working with Senator Lauren is she doesn't pretend to be an expert on everything and anything, but she knows how to call the right people. And I hope that would be an example to our colleagues. Even to me, it continues to be an example for me. Call on the experts. Don't pretend to be an expert if you're not. But she has become an expert, to be clear, on many issues, not just climate change, but the environment in general, foreign relations. She has a master's in national security. I need to go on and on, Mr. President. I will not go on and on. I will go on and on because it's Women's Month. And it is a great opportunity for us to recognize a female stateswoman among our midst. And my fervent prayer is that the majority floor leader listens to me.
I am listening.
I'm just joking, Your Honors. My fervent prayer is that our colleagues who have just joined us in the Senate, there are only 24 of us. My fervent wish is that whether we've been here for 12 years, I've been here for 18 years, we can continue to learn from each other, to listen to the seniors. And I'm not talking about seniors in age, but seniors in experience, because I need to say this slowly and with meaning para makinig si chairman ng finance na nakatayo na. What the seniors bring to our discussion is not just their own expertise. They bring and ensure that the institutional knowledge continues. And we thank you, Lauren, for that. And I know she cannot do it alone, and thus the speech. This is not just to commend Senator Lauren. This is to encourage her to continue sharing her experiences with us. And this is also to encourage our colleagues. Salamat, Senator Gatchalian, na you are listening intently, so that we can all be a part of this institution that has survived through the years, through the decades. We can disagree, and that is the beauty of democracy, which you will always see in the Senate. I lost 23-1 in one crucial vote, but I was able to have my time on the floor. Alam ni Senator Majority Floor Leader what bill I'm talking about because he fought with me on many crucial issues on that. But I had my time on the floor, and that is what is important here. And Senator Lauren, thank you for inspiring all of us and for the work that you do. Mabuhay ka. Yun lang, Mr. President.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Senator
Mr.
Pia
President.
Cayetano.
I'm about to sponsor pa ito. Can I sponsor lang? I'm about to sponsor that. Kaya ako, ano. Yeah, can I sponsor first and then, yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to consider Senate Concurrent Resolution number 9, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution number 442, and for the Secretary to read the title of the measure. This is the resolution granting consent to Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren Legarda to accept the ASEAN Biodiversity Award. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Concurrent Resolution number 9, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution 442 is now in order. With the permission of the body, the Secretary will read only the title of the measure without prejudice to insert in the records the whole text thereof. Mr. Secretary, please proceed.
Concurrent resolution granting consent to Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren Legarda to accept the Association of Southeast Asian Nations ASEAN Biodiversity Heroes Award conferred upon her by the ASEAN.
Mr. President, may I be allowed to, and with the consent of the body, may I be allowed to sponsor the measure, Mr. President?
The majority leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, it is my honor to sponsor Senate Concurrent Resolution number 9, granting consent to Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren Legarda to accept the Association of Southeast Asian Nations Biodiversity Heroes Award conferred upon her. Ako po'y isang buhay na patotoo kung papaanong ginagalang, tinitingala at minamahal ang ating kasamahan dito sa Senado, Senator Lauren Legarda. Whenever we go abroad, Mr. President, IPU man ito o anumang usapin tungkol sa anumang bagay na pinapahalagahan ng bawat asosasyon, Asia man o sa buong mundo. Sabi nga nila, legend na po si Senator Lauren Legarda. And we're just so very proud of her, Mr. President, because she never gets tired of mentoring her colleagues, especially this representation, Mr. President. Another award is here, Mr. President, and this award is designed to recognize individuals from ASEAN member states who contribute significantly to biodiversity conservation in their countries and the region. Senator Lauren Legarda was conferred with the ASEAN Biodiversity Heroes for the Philippines for her significant contributions to biodiversity efforts in the country. Mr. President, we recognize and commend her for her continuous and consistent efforts in championing landmark environmental laws, including the Ecological Solid Waste Management Act, Philippine Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, Renewable Energy Act, Wildlife Resources Conservation and Protection Act, and the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act, among other measures. Mr. President, mauubos ang oras natin dito sa Senado kung iisa-isahin natin ang kontribusyon ni Senator Lauren Legarda. But for me, as a colleague, as a friend, and as a mentor, ang masasabi ko po, Ginoong Pangulo, ang pinakamagandang legasiya na iiwan niya sa atin ay yung pagiging Ate Lauren, Tita Lauren natin dito sa Senado. Hindi po nagbabago ang kanyang pananaw, ang kanyang mga paninindigan at yung kanyang pagnanasa na masiguro na ang bawat isa na nakapaligid sa kanya ay natututo at napapahalagahan ang kanyang trabaho dito sa bulwagang ito. Thus, Mr. President, we urge our dear colleagues to adopt this concurrent resolution granting consent to Senator Lauren Legarda to receive the award to be conferred upon her by the ASEAN pursuant to Article 9, Section 8 of the 1987 Constitution. Muli, Ginoong Pangulo, maraming salamat at may God bless us all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Before the chair of the act on the motion of the majority leader, I agree 100% with your speech. Senate President Lauren Legarda is the best ambassador of the Philippine Senate and of the Philippines. And I also am living witness on how people from different parts of the world, especially in Europe, see the combination, the rare combination of beauty and brains, that is Lauren Legarda. Kaya nga po naging heartthrob na siya ng halos lahat ng parliamentary sa buong sa Europa dahil sa kanyang beauty and brains. And again, she has consistently fought for environmental issues here in the Senate. So with that, is there an objection?
Mr. President,
Yes, Majority Leader.
just to put on record, Senator Go would like to insert into the records his co-sponsorship speech on Senate Concurrent Resolution number 6 and 9, Mr. President. And also, Mr. President, just to put that on record, and Mr. President, the Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is also seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized.
Our Deputy Minority Leader, Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Certainly, I support the concurrent resolution number 9 just sponsored by the majority leader. And I would also like to make a manifestation, especially in support of Senate concurrent resolution number 6, granting consent to Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren Legarda to accept the Commendatore to the Order of Merit of the Italian Republic conferred upon her by the Italian Republic. Kapag tinignan po natin, Mr. President, yung definition ng Commendatore, it refers to a member of an Italian honorary order of chivalry who ranks next above an officer and next below a grand officer. So, miyembro po ng isang Italian Honorary Order of Chivalry. At kapag chivalry naman po ay ating tinitignan, ibig pong sabihin the medieval knightly system with its religious, moral, and social code. Ibig din pong sabihin, Mr. President, kapag chivalry ang tinutukoy, that combination of qualities expected of an ideal knight, especially courage, honor, courtesy, justice, and a readiness to help the weak. Sa lahat po nitong mga dahilan, Mr. President, ako po'y nagpupugay kay Sen. Lauren, isang kabaro, kapwa, leader, kababaihan dito sa Senado. At ayon sa definisyon na ibinibigay sa kanya at kadakilang ibinibigay sa kanya ng Italian Republic, isa pong maginoong babae. Mabuhay po. Salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, our Deputy Minority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, before I make the formal motion,
At papasalamat lang.
can I just do this? Yes, Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that all the members of the Senate be made co-authors of this resolution. And so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, all senators be made co-author of Senate Concurrent Resolution number 9. Subject style is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we adopt concurrent resolution number 9, taking into consideration proposed Senate resolution number 442, subject to style. So move, Mr.
Is
President.
there an objection? There being done, Senate Concurrent Resolution number 9, subject to style is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda is seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Our Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I simply wanted to express my gratitude to each and every member of this chamber, Mr. President. Thank you, Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri, for your sponsorship earlier. Thank you so much, Senate President Zubiri. Thank you very much, Senate Majority Leader Joel Villanueva, for your sponsorship as well. It is much appreciated. I would also like to thank, from the bottom of my heart, the intervention and manifestation of Senator Pia Cayetano. The words coming from your heart is greatly appreciated. I would like to thank the intervention and manifestation of Deputy Minority Leader Senator Risa Ontiveros, ang aking mga kabaro sa Buwan ng Kababaihan. Kayo mismo ang mga exemplar ng kababaihan, hindi lamang sa Senado, kundi sa buong bansa. At sa buong mundo. Nagpapasalamat din po ako kay Senator Go na merong mensahe na i-insert sa record, and every and Senator Presiding Officer J.V. Ejercito, Senate Deputy Majority Leader, for his manifestation, and each and every member of this chamber. Each and every one of you have provided me with an inspiration to even work harder, even being the most senior member of this chamber. Yes, and I am a lifelong learner. I never say or expect to know everything on every issue. So I learn from each and every member, and I will continue to learn from you. With that, maraming salamat po at marami pa tayong dapat itrabaho at pagtrabahuhan. Salamat. Duro gid nga salamat.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to our dear Senate President Pro Tempore. Mr. President, Senator Bato de la Rosa is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized,
A
Mr. President.
distinguished colleague from Mindanao, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a very serious discussion with my seatmates, Mr. President. That's why I failed to raise my hand and be recognized to make my co-sponsorship speech, Mr. President. But nevertheless, just would like to request permission that my co-sponsorship speech be like that, Mr. President.
Be inserted, Mr. President, into the record.
Inserted into the records, Mr. President, for both Senate concurrent resolutions 6 and 9, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to consider proposed Senate Resolution number 547 and for the Senate Secretary to read the title of the measure. This is the resolution commending Larry Apolinario. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to motion. Motion is approved. Please proceed, Secretary, to read the name.
Resolution congratulating and commending Larry Apolinario for his exceptional performance and becoming the champion of the first Philippine Trail Running Association National Championships.
Thank you, Mr. President. To sponsor the measure, may we recognize Senate President Pro Tempore, Lauren Legarda, to deliver her sponsorship speech.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is with deep sense of pride and honor to sponsor the resolution congratulating and commending Larry Apolinario for his exceptional performance and for becoming the champion of the first Philippine Trail Running Association National Championships. I would like to congratulate Larry Apolinario, a proud fellow Antiqueño and the 2023 champion of the first ever Philippine Trail Running Association Philtra National Championships. The Philippine Trail Running Association was held on February 26 this year in Bontoc Mountain Province in the Cordillera region. At the age of 26 years old, Larry prevailed over the country's elite trail runners and made history as the inaugural champion of the 42-kilometer mountain marathon that featured a trail course of more than 3,000 meters of elevation gain. Larry finished the grueling marathon in only 5 hours, 47 minutes, and 9 seconds. Finishing a 3,000-meter mountain marathon in such an amount of time is not an endeavor of the lighthearted. Today, I commend Larry's strength, determination, grit, and perseverance for remaining steadfast in his pursuit of a professional trail running career despite several of life's challenges. Proudly hailing from an indigenous peoples group in Antique, Iraynon Bukidnon community in Barangay Kapnayan, Municipality of Lawaan in Antique. Larry started from humble beginnings and has relentlessly persisted to reach his trail running dreams. Larry is a 7th child among 11 children of a modest family. He is currently a first kagawad of his barangay, a farmer, part-time motorcycle driver or habal-habal, and is a local guide for mountaineers and tourists going to the Mount Igmatongtong, which is a beautiful hiking destination located in Barangay Kapnayan, Lawaan. This is perhaps a trek that Senator Pia Cayetano might want to try in the coming weeks. His first race was the inaugural Tracing Iraynon Bukidnon Trail in 2017, where he finished only minutes before the champion. After the 2017 TIBT, Larry gradually dominated the local and international trail running scene by winning several championships, garnering multiple awards, and breaking course records. And just last year, Larry was able to compete in his first international trail running competition in Hanoi, Vietnam. In his interviews, Larry would express his sincere desire to bring pride to the Philippines, but especially to his home province, Antique, and his Iraynon Bukidnon community. The Iraynon Bukidnon community is one of the local indigenous communities in the province of Antique. I am truly delighted by Larry's success and his sense of origin. I've also supported and long advocated for the welfare and continual support of my fellow Antiqueños and its IP communities. Having sponsored Republic Act 10689, which declared August 9 as National Indigenous Peoples Day, I believe that the recognition and protection of the rights and causes of our IPs are crucial in achieving inclusive growth and genuine nation building. Our IPs play a vital role in national development. We must always push for the provision of adequate support to programs that support their growth. As exhibited by Larry, Filipinos have a huge potential in dominating the international trail running scene. And I believe in our athletes' excellence. That is why I did not think twice about helping Larry with his provisions, but we need more government programs that support the development and training of Filipino athletes and IPs who are active in sports. Despite Larry's exceptional success, there is still much to be done in order to ensure that more indigenous persons would have access to programs and initiatives to build their strength and develop their potential. We would be encouraging and stimulating the careers of the future Larry Apolinarios by successfully besting elite trail runners and by entering multiple elite competitions. Larry Apolinario has brought pride and honor to the Philippines in the Iraynon Bukidnon community. Larry not only serves as an inspiration to his community, but to all Filipinos, especially the indigenous peoples community, to continuously aim for their dreams and to believe in their full potential. This afternoon, we celebrate and congratulate the 2023 Filtra champion, Larry Apolinario. Mabuhay si Larry at maraming salamat.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren Legarda. Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is the distinguished gentleman from Davao and Batangas, Senator Christopher Bongo. I so move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Batangas and Davao City, Senator Bongo is recognized.
Mr. President, esteemed members of this August Chamber, as chairman of the Committee on Sports, it is my distinct honor that I rise today to co-sponsor the Senate resolution congratulating and commending Larry Apolinario for his exceptional performance in becoming the champion of the first Philippine Trail Running Association Filtra National Championships. Larry Apolinario exhibited a remarkable performance in the 42-kilometer mountain marathon competition, which had a trail course and ascent of more than 3,000 meters. This astonishing feat truly demonstrates the rising talent and excellence of Filipino athletes in various disciplines of sport. His admirable achievement is proof of what can be achieved with perseverance, hard work, and dedication. Mr. President, it is crucial that we continue initiatives which will consistently provide support and assistance to our Filipino athletes, especially in ensuring that they have access to the resources and opportunities they need to excel in their chosen sport. I would like to reaffirm that all of us in the government will continue our ongoing efforts to restore the Philippines' glory in sports and to cement our status as a sports powerhouse in Asia. Once again, I would like to extend my sincerest congratulations to Larry Apolinario. Patuloy kong ipaglalaban po ang inyong karapatan at kapakanan dito sa Senado upang patuloy ding umangat ang antas at kalidad ng sports sa ating bansa. Ang panalo mo ay panalo ng sambayan ng Pilipino. Proud na proud po kami sa iyo. Mabuhay ka, Larry. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator Go.
Mr. President, Senator Revilla would also like to insert for the record his co-sponsorship speech on the same resolution, Mr. President.
We take note of the
Can
manifestation.
you take note also that I'm doing this, Mr. President? Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that all members of the Senate be made co-authors of this resolution. So move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection to the motion of the majority leader, all members are hereby now co-authors.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate or propose amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 547, subject to style. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, proposed Senate Resolution number 547 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture and with the permission of the body, I move to consider proposed Senate Resolution number 548 and for the Secretary to read the title of the measure. This is the resolution congratulating the awardees of the 10 Accomplished Youth Organizations Awards or TAYO Awards. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Resolution congratulating and commending the awardees of the 20th 10 Accomplished Youth Organizations TAYO Awards for their invaluable contributions to nation building.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Aurora, Senator Sani Angara, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
It is the great surfing capital of
Yes,
the
Mr.
Philippines,
President.
Baler and Aurora. The distinguished gentleman, Senator Sani Angara, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Dear colleagues, kami po ay tumatayo ngayon para i-sponsor ang Senate Resolution 548 para ihayag ang ating pagbati at paghanga sa mga nanalo noong 20th 10 Accomplished Youth Organizations or TAYO Awards. Ang TAYO Awards ay sinimula noong 2002 ni dating Senador Kiko Pangilinan noong nabatid niyang walang malawakang programa para kilalanin at bigyan ng parangal ang mga youth organizations na may natatanging kontribusyon sa lipunan. Nahanap at nabigyan ng parangal ang mga unang awardees sa tulong ni na former NYC Chairperson, Mabel Villarica Mamba, at former NYC Commissioner at dating kasamahan natin, Senator Pam Aquino. Pang-20 batch ng TAYO awardees ang pinararangal natin ngayon. Ibig sabihin, higit sa 2 dekada na tumatakbo ang TAYO Foundation. Ibig sabihin, hindi siya ganong kabata, hindi rin siya ganong katanda. Kahanga-hanga na sa loob ng panahon na ito, aabot sa 380 youth organizations ang nabigyan ng parangal at higit sa 5,000 grupo ang napapabilang sa nationwide network nito. Kasama dito mga tanyag na grupo tulad ng Streets to Schools, mga Tala at Tula, Good Gov PH, the Association of Young Environmental Journalists, Center for Sustainability PH Incorporated, 1 Million Lights Philippines, AHA Learning Center at marami pang iba. Sa iba't ibang larangan ang naging kontribusyon ng mga grupong ito tulad sa Culture, Arts and Heritage, Education and Technology, Environment, Disaster Risk Reduction and Climate Change Adaptation, Health, Well-being and Human Development, Livelihood and Entrepreneurship. Formal na nagbukas ang pang-20 batch ng TAYO Awards noong nakaraang Oktubre 2022. Sinuportan ito ng Coca-Cola Foundation Philippines at ng San Miguel Corporation. Ang mga nagwagi ang sumusunod. Ang Albay Young Farmers Organization na pinangangatawan ni Joshua Carl Barcelon. Sa pamagitan ng program nila, pakay nilang mahikayat ang kanilang komunidad, partikular ang mga kabataan na gumamit ng mga organic farming technologies. Pangalawa, ang Dabaka sa Misamis Oriental na nirepresenta ni Ezel R. Lambatan. 15 ang miyembro na nagmula sa Oro Youth City Agriculture at mga pribadong individual sa Cagayan de Oro. Naglunsad sila ng Agricultural Leadership Incubation Program para turuan ng mga Cagayanon youth where the Senate President and our Minority Leader hail tungkol sa tinatawag na whole value chain approach sa agrikultura. Sa pamamagitan ng mga workshops at ibang aktibidades, nagkaroon ng kaalaman at karanasan ang mga kabataan tungkol sa servant leadership, agro-fishery inputs, business planning, marketing communications, at pag-showcase ng kanilang mga produkto. Pangatlo po ang Iligan Safe Space sa Lanao del Norte na pinangatawan ni Ian Embradura. Diversity ang prinsipyo na nais itaguyod ng grupong ito at sa kanilang Safe Space Session Project, pakay nilang bigyan ng mapang-arugang espasyo o lugar para sa mga LGBTQIA+ youth mula sa iba't ibang kultura at kinagisnan. Naglulunsad sila ng mga empathic listening sessions, mga group dialogues, at tinatawag na facilitated empowerment validations. Ikaapat po, Mr. President, ang Leaders Council na Scouting Officers Organization ng Sacred Heart School ng Ateneo de Cebu University sa pangangasiwa ni Therese Erlin Napuli, nagwagi ang organisasyon na ito dahil sa kanilang Love to Learn, Learn to Earn community program na tumutulong sa mga tinatawag na Children in Conflict with the Law or CICL para hindi na sila mapasabak sa krimen muli. Panlima po ang Open Arms Organization na pinangatawan ni Rod Charlie de los Reyes. Ang Open Arms Organization ay isang non-profit na rehistrado sa SEC na sinimula ng isang barkadang taga Batangas City para tumulong sa mga sektor na nahihirapan. Sa pamamagitan ng kanilang flagship project, ang Embrace a Child program, nais silang bigyan ng mga mahihirap na pamilya ng access sa mga rehabilitation services at social programs. Panganim po ang Pintakasi na pinangatawan ni Gabriel Villaruel. Ito ay isang non-profit multi-arts organization na nakabase sa Alabat Island, Quezon Province at nagsisilbing tagpuan ang organization ng mga artists at malikhaing individual ng Alabat Island. Siya rin ang nangunguna sa pag-organisa ng Buwan ng Sining o Arts Month kung saan pwede itanghal ng mga artists ang kanilang mga obra. Pampito po ang Project Tala Organization na pinangangatawan ni Mark Mata Soto. Ang Project Tala ay isang grupo ng mga volunteers sa Isabela Province na nagsagawa ng mga awareness at advocacy campaigns hinggil sa HIV/AIDS sa pamamagitan ng mga dula at pangtiyatrong palabas. Pangwalo ay ang Sangguniang Kabataan ng Barangay Talomo River sa Davao del Sur sa pangangasiwa ni SK Chairperson Lionel June Aresco. Ang SK ay isa sa 182 na SK ng Davao City. Nagwagi sila dahil sa Project Descartes nila na isang libre na online enrichment at tutorial program sa 5 pre-calculus subjects para sa mga interesadong senior high school at freshman college students. Pang-siyam po ang Shafat Agricultural Cooperative na pinangungunahan ni City Asia May. Umusbong ang kooperatiba mula sa Mushroom for Change Social Enterprise na nagbibigay ng dagdag na pagkakakitaan ang mga low-income farmers sa bayan ng Ditsaan, Ramain, Lanao del Sur. Sa pamamagitan ng kooperatiba na nagtatanim ng mga mushroom, nagkakaroon ng additional income ang mga magsasaka, pati ang mga IDP or internally displaced persons mula sa Marawi at ang mga out-of-school youth or OSY. Pang-sampu po, Mr. President, ang Youth Empower Initiative, Youth Empower Youth or YEA Initiative na pinangangatawan ni Colleen Awit. Ang YEA Initiative ay isang Bacolod City-based youth-led organization na nangangasiwa sa social enterprise na Sagup Negros na nagtatrabaho para maibsan ang food waste. Pakay ng Sagup Negros ang maturuan ng mga karinderya, mga market vendors at naglalako para bawasan ang pag-aksaya ng pagkain habang pinapalaki ang kanilang average monthly income. Ang lahat ng mga nalo ay makakatanggap ng 50,000 na premyo bilang seed grant para sa kanilang mga proyekto at isang tropeyo na gawa ng kilalang sculptor na si Toym de Leon Imaw. Bukod sa 10 nanalo, Mr. President, nais din natin i-recognize ang 10 finalists na nakapasok sa semifinals. Sila po ay ang Act Now for Ranao Movement ng Camarines Sur, Break the Fake Movement, represented by Paulo Ordonio, Educine Production Corporation, represented by Kendrick Clement Reyes. The Act Now for Ranao is represented by James Refugio of Camsur. Ibayaw Youth Collective, represented by Renko Feliz Gaudiel of Negros Oriental. NSP Camera PH, ni David J. Engay ng Quezon City. Order of Asclepius, represented by Brian Atención of Iloilo City. Set Forth Philippines, represented by Renoa Richelle Evangelista King of Cebu. SK Barangay Commonwealth, represented by Raymart Garcia of Quezon City. SK Kalumpang, represented by John Salvador Demdam of General Santos City. Youth Uprising Philippines, represented by Robin Camille Mijares of Las Piñas City. Mr. President, one thing has become clear to me from the hearings and consultations we've conducted with the youth organizations, that even at their young age, our youth can make an outsized contribution to the nation. There is no minimum age requirement to being a good citizen. In 1984, former Senator Jose Pepe Diokno delivered a speech entitled "A Nation for Our Children." Allow me to quote from the beginning and the end. "There is one dream that all Filipinos share, that our children may have a better life than we have had. So there is one vision that is distinctly Filipino, The vision to make this country, our country, a nation for our children. Yet reality is often much more beautiful than anything we can conceive of. If we can but release the creative energy of our people, then we will have a nation full of hope and full of joy, full of life and full of love. A nation that may not be a nation for our children, but will be a nation of our children. The groups that we pay tribute to today, Mr. President, demonstrate that if the youth are provided the opportunity, they can make huge contributions towards the betterment of their respective communities and shape Philippine society according to their values and aspirations. Indeed, not just a nation for our children, but of our children. Muli, congratulations sa mga nanalo at sa mga finalists ng 20th Tayo Awards. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Angara.
Mr. President, Senators Revilla and Estrada will just insert into the records their co-sponsorship speech. I just wanted to manifest, Mr.
We
President.
take note of the manifestation.
Mr. President, may I be recognized to co-sponsor the measure? Just a short sponsorship, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Esteemed colleagues, Mr. President, it is my honor and the privilege to co-sponsor proposed Senate Resolution number 548, congratulating and commending the awardees of the 20th 10 Accomplished Youth Organizations Tayo Awards. I was just talking a while ago with Governor Joen Miraflores and Mayor Miraflores about the importance of making sure that we hone the skills and talents of our young people, and we indeed need a lot of organizations like this, Mr. President, na ating paparangalan ngayong hapon na ito. Ayon po kay Gat Jose Rizal, ang kabataan ang pag-asa ng bayan. On many occasions, Mr. President, the youth sector has demonstrated their love for our country and has strived to contribute to their communities and find innovative solutions to the many challenges facing our society. This is especially manifested in the 380 youth organizations that have been recognized by the Tayo Awards since its inception 20 years ago. Today, the Tayo Awards is considered the country's leading award-giving body that celebrates the excellent contributions of youth organizations in the country. This year, the Tayo Awards recognized trailblazing youth organizations from a pool of almost 500 entries from NCR, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. They were selected based on a project impact, volunteerism and citizenship, creativity and innovation, and sustainability. And today, we are delighted to have the 10 awardees with us. They are the Albay Young Farmers Organization, Leaders Council, the BACA, Project Tala, Pintakasi, Open Arms Organization, Iligan Safe Space, Sangguniang Kabataan ng Barangay Talomo River, Youth Empowering Youth Initiative Incorporated, and Shafat Agriculture Cooperative Mushroom for Change. These 10 youth organizations demonstrated their drive to make a difference and inspire change as they champion projects and use their talents to promote food security, poverty alleviation, education, diversity, empowerment of the marginalized, and awareness to various causes. Muli po, Ginoong Pangulo, binabati natin ang bawat isa at mabuhay ang mga kabataang Pilipino. Maraming salamat and may God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that all members of the Senate be made co-authors of this resolution. So move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpolate or ask or propose amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 548, subject to style.
There being no objection, proposed Senate Resolution 548 is adopted, subject to style.
Mr. President, at this juncture, may I ask for a minute suspension so that we can invite our awardees, Mr. President, to the podium. I shall
Yes.
move, Mr. President.
We shall start off with the gentleman from the winner of the Field Trial National Championships, Larry Apolinario, and after which we'll ask the 10 accomplished youth organizations to join us up here in the podium. So session suspended.
Mr. Shum.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body and with the conformity of Senator Estrada, I move that Senators Tolentino and Go be made co-authors of Senate Bill number 1480, Mr. President, rather.
Is there objection? Hearing none, Senators Go and Tolentino are made co-authors of the measure.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1480 under Committee Report number 11. This is the bill on rationalizing the disability pension of veterans. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 1480 under Committee Report number 11 is now in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. The parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and I now move to open the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the sponsor, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, period of interpellation is in order. Senators Estrada and our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, are hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and with the permission of our hardworking chairman and sponsor, I'd like to commence our interpellation on this particular
Thank
measure.
you. My privilege,
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this measure is very specific. It's about increasing the disability pension of our veterans. Ito pong panukala natin amends an existing law that is Republic Act number 6948, which has been amended also by RA 7696. And we have noticed that amounts like 1,000 pesos for the disabled veteran with whose disability is rated 10 to 30%, 1,000 pesos po yung kanyang monthly pension. We increased this to 4,500 pesos and then etc. up to the veteran whose disability is rated 100%. So ang nangyari doon sa 100%, the present monthly pension is 1,700, gagawin nating 10,000. So kailan po ba huling na set yung mga existing rates po na binanggit ko po? Anong taon po yun?
The last adjustment of the said benefit was in 1994 or 28 years ago under Republic Act number 7696.
Okay. So tama-tama po. I mean, talagang kailangan na po ito. Pero kung i-take into account natin yung inflation, tugma ba sa new amount natin or hindi na natin ito kinumpute using inflation rates?
Mr. President, the value of 1,000 pesos today, prevailing minimum monthly disability pension since 1994, is now only around approximately 287 pesos. Kaya medyo mababa rin purchasing power ang 1,000 pesos ngayon.
Okay, so the amounts in the measure under consideration might even be better if we might even be more or better than if we follow just inflation.
Yes,
Yeah,
Mr.
ganun
President.
po. So good. It's good for our veterans who have some disability, Mr. President. Now going into the meat of the bill, Mr. President, I noticed that on page 1, lines 6 to 9, we are deleting the phrase unless he is actually receiving a similar pension for the same disability from other government funds or from the United States government. So because the original law was amended by RA 7696 and this phrase was not deleted at that time. So why are we deleting it this time? Baka meron pong effect na hindi po natin hindi natin nakikita or meron ba tayong effect na gustong mangyari?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we were informed that our veterans are not receiving similar pensions for their disability from other government funds, aside from PIVAO. Meanwhile, Congress already allowed Filipino World War II veterans to continue receiving pensions and benefits from our government, even when similar pensions and benefits are already provided by the U.S. government. With the passage and enactment of RA 9499 in the year 2008, Mr. President.
Tignan niyo yung 9499. So just to be clear, Mr. President, a disabled Filipino veteran receiving disability pension is now allowed also to receive some other pension if from the
Other
the United States
From the United
government.
States.
We allow that.
Yes.
Good. That's what.
Yes,
That's
Mr.
what. That is what I thought we would be strict. So let us be lenient.
But
Mr.
here,
President. Yes.
they are not receiving any pension aside from the PIVAO. Wala na silang ibang tinatanggap dito. Only,
Yes.
only from the United
yes,
States.
from government of the Philippines, other funds wala na.
Wala na.
Yes, that's clear.
Wala na.
Yes, sir. Okay po 'yon. So if that is the effect or the consequence that we are after, then this representation is fully in agreement with the proposed deletion of this phrase, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
And then, however, Mr. President, ito na nga, I now go back to the mother law, 69, RA 6948. May other provisions po dun which also mention the United States government. And if this will restrict the right or the opportunity for our Filipino veteran to receive benefits from the United States government, therefore I propose that let us be consistent, and if the effect of the mention of the United States government in the other provisions of the mother law has that effect, then maybe we should entertain the possibility of also deleting the phrases, Mr. President.
Yes, I am open to it, Mr. President. May I know what article or what provision you wanted deleted, Mr. President?
Yes, yes. For example, Mr. President, in the mother law, Section 10, as from the United States government. Section 11 also has the phrase from the United States government. Ano pa ito? Marami pa yan. And Section 20, Mr. President.
Section 20.
Yes, of the mother law. It's also mentioned the United States government. And there may be others, Mr. President. So, since we came to the realization that we are deleting from the introductory paragraph of Section 5 of the mother law, RA 6948, that phrase, if the sponsor is also possible, is also open to reviewing the entire mother law. And then if deletion of the reference to the United States government will be more lenient or beneficial to the Filipino veteran, then the proposal is let's do it, Mr. President.
I am open to it, and I
Yes, sir.
bow to
Okay.
the wisdom of
Yes,
our
sir.
minority floor leader, Mr. President.
Sa taas. Sige. Thank you for that, Mr. President. Subject to my staff is just reminding me of the one subject expressed in the title rule in the Constitution. So as long as we have that agreement, we can pursue it now or maybe in some other separate bill, Mr. President. Thank you, but thank you for the openness.
In a
as
separate
expressed
bill,
by our-
maybe,
Yes,
Mr.
thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, itong mga disability rating natin, matagal na po ito in place. Tested na po ito. There are no disputes arising from this disability rating. system?
There's no dispute, Mr. President.
Kasi mukhang, I think this is important eh. This disability rating comes from the US military or US government. We did not come up with our own Philippine disability rating system, Mr. President.
Mr. President, all applications for disability pension shall be referred to the PIVAO, Disability Rating Board, which shall determine the extent of the disability of the person applying for disability pension based on the findings of the Certificate of Disability Discharge Board and all clinical records, and in accordance with the schedule of rating disabilities of the DVA, or the US Department of Veterans Affairs, Mr. President.
And we're happy with that, Mr. President. Okay na tayo dun sa US system. We did not come up with our own rating system anymore, Mr. President.
Well, no, Mr. President.
Hindi na.
Hindi na.
Sige. For us, siguro if the system works, then we can live with it. Okay. Mr. President, magkano to projected budgetary impact po nito, Mr. President?
For 2023, Mr. President, 327.14 million is needed to implement the proposed adjustments in the disability pension of our veterans from April of this year to December of this year. This amount could be absorbed, Mr. President, by the appropriations under the Pension and Gratuity Fund administered by the PIVAO, Mr. President.
And for
So hindi na kailangan mag-appropriate
for this year.
ng pera for this year.
Pero dahil po sa kung maging batas na po itong panukalang ito, it will be an additional around 400 million a year.
Yes, Mr. President.
Tama po ang estimate ko?
Sa ko ng di ba? Pwede absorb. Kaya po i-absorb ng Pension and Gratuity Fund administered by the PIVAO. Dahil yearly, meron binibigay ang DBM. No? Magkano binibigay sa inyo? The amount of 10 billion ang binibigay ng Department of Budget Management sa Philippine Veterans Affairs Office. At hindi naman nila nagagastos yun. So, pwede nilang kunin yung additional pension dun sa gratuity fund na
So meaning
sinabi ko po
to say for the 2024 budget, for example, we do not need to increase any amount. It's the same.
Yes.
It's the same release of 10 billion to PIVAO, and then there will be new rates for disability pension based on this law, and it will be absorbed by that same fund.
I believe so, Mr. President.
Okay. So what has been happening to that balance year in and year out, Mr. President? Yung nabibigay sa PIVAO na sobra, for how many years na po nangyayari yan?
Of the veterans. It goes to the hospitalization of our veterans, Mr. President.
And nauubos po ba yan?
Meron siguro natitira. Ha? Naubos na raw, Mr. President.
Okay, that's a problem, sir. That means may tatamaan pala. So if we will use 400 million for the disability pensions, we reduce 400 million for hospitalization expenses, Mr. President.
How much
Yes.
How much hospitalization expenses are being utilized? The hospitalization. Kaya pa. For hospitalization. I understand that the Department of Budget and Management is only giving 100 million pesos for the hospitalization benefits of our veterans. But according to our resource person here, present today, the hospitalization expenses is more than 300 million pesos. Kaya medyo kulang pa. So maybe we have to seek the assistance of the DBM to appropriate more funds only for the hospitalization expenses of our veterans, Mr. President.
See, may we know for the record, Mr. President, who is our resource person from the PIVAO?
He is Attorney Rolando Villaflor of Designation.
Thank you, Panyero, for
Designation.
Chief Legal Affairs.
He is the Chief Legal Affairs Division of Philippine Veterans.
Thank you for assisting us, Panyero. No, but from what I understand, sir, is kaya nga ang sabi nyo, tama naman ang increase natin, pero yung additional gastos, hindi na natin mararamdaman because ma-absorb nung 10 billion, 10 plus, alagyan na lang
Yeah,
natin.
10.858 billion, Mr. President.
10.8 billion released by the DBM to PIBAW every year. But ma-absorb nila. Ibig sabihin nun, the 400 million expected new expenses because of the increased disability pension can be absorbed by that amount. But then, for the past how many years, that has been the amount released to them. That means that maybe the entire amount has been performing some other function. Yun po ang tatamaan. Ang sagot nyo ngayon sa akin, hospitalization ang tatamaan.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, according to our resource person here present today, the the hospitalization expenses are part of the MOOE, not from the pension and gratuity fund for veterans. I stand corrected, Mr. President.
Thank you.
So hindi po nagagalaw yun.
Okay.
So if I may, Mr. President,
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
just to give you a brief background or information. In 2018, the DBM allotted 10.1 billion. The same in the year 2019, 10.18 billion. Surplus. Yeah. And 2020, 10.858 billion. There was a variance of 609 million. 2021, 9.6 billion. 2022, 10.8 billion. And in 2023, 10.8 billion. In last year, 2022, the DBM gave the PVOW 10.8 billion, and the actual expenses or the obligation was only 9.8 billion. So may sobra po na 1.028 billion. So doon pwede kunin yung increase ng pension ng ating mga veterans.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And I know that we still have a BICAM to go to, so
Nandiyan na po.
siguro last point na lang to, Mr. Chairman. Ito na lang pong ano, yung last paragraph po ng section 5 of the mother law, pension rates, paragraph H.
Paragraph
H, which starts on page 2, line 30, and ends on page 3, line 14. Meron po tayong deletions dito, like we are deleting the phrase with or on lines 4 to 5, and then or non-service connected on line 5. And yes, yun po, yung dalawa. Page 3 po, lines 4 to 5, yes. We are deleted the phrases with or, and then or non-service connected. So the proviso will now read from the original, provided that a veteran with or without a service-connected or non-service connected disability, comma, etc. Pag binago natin yan, ginawa natin provided that a veteran without a service-connected disability, comma, etc. What would happen, what would be the effect, Mr. President, of these deletions? Hindi ba mas naging restrictive po ito? While in the original version, it covers all veterans who reach the age of 70 years old, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, those with 100% service-connected disability is proposed to receive the adjusted disability pension of 10,000 pesos. Veterans aged 70 years old without a service-connected disability will still be entitled to a monthly pension of 1,700 pesos. Only, Mr. President, only the 500 peso benefit for the spouse and each unmarried minor children is proposed to be rationalized, Mr. President. And as per the department, as per the office, Philippine Veterans Office, the 500 peso benefit for the spouse and each unmarried minor children is not given to the beneficiaries, Mr. President.
The question now is, if the veteran reaches the age of 70 years, do we give him a disability pension with or without an actual disability?
Yes, Mr. President.
That's correct. That's actually the purpose, Mr. President. And with our deletions, we might be changing the rule, Mr. President. Well, anyway, that's my last point, Mr.
Yes,
President.
yes,
And siguro if we will pause and not continue with our amendments today, if we can do it tomorrow, we'll have
Yeah.
time to study it. Basta, did I capture the rule that a veteran, ulitin ko ba, Filipino veteran, as defined in the law, when he reaches the age of 70 years, he is entitled to this maximum disability pension with or without an actual disability. Tama, concession na natin sa kanya yun. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Tama po. O sige, so let's capture that rule, and then that would be under the measure 10,000 a month. Is that correct, sir? 10,000 a month ang kanyang under our measure.
So, hindi po, 1,700 pesos lang po, Mr. President.
Okay, kasi ang akala ko, sir, kasi when we reach the age of 70, by legal fiction, we consider that person to be totally disabled na 100% na siya.
No, not necessarily,
So,
Mr. President.
yes, I think that's the plan. Pero 1,700 lang pala. So who gets the 10,000?
Actually disabled, yung 100% disability. Actual. Yeah, actual disabled, Mr. President.
Okay.
Yung,
This is in addition to
may sakit.
100% yung disability.
Yung mga 100 disability rate, disability rate, katulad yung mga naputulan ng kamay, naputulan ng paa, napugutan ng ulo. Ay, wala pala yun.
yeah.
Yun ang 100% total disability rate. Halimbawa, na-amputate yung,
Yes.
yung,
Okay.
yung mga extremities.
So, but at any rate, Mr. President, okay, with that explanation, let me just reflect. We will just my office will just reflect on the reply given and whether or not because if the words that we are proposing to delete have been there for how long and they have not been causing any problem, Mr. President, why are we proposing to delete them? Ito pong sa lines 4 to 5 of page 3.
Yan sinabi.
Bakit ba? Totally disabled siya. 100% na yun. Totally disabled.
To distinguish.
You're talking about page 3, Mr. President,
Yes,
am I
page
correct?
3, lines
Lines 4.
lines 4 to 5.
Uh-huh.
with the bracketed phrases, Mr. President, dalawa doon in that area. So, why are we proposing to delete them, Mr. President? Baka magkaroon tayo ng mga unintended consequences.
Consequences, ano?
Opo. Kasi,
A very familiar phrase, Mr. President. Yeah.
bakit, did they cost us any trouble, Mr. President? From experience of the PIBAW? Bakit na pinurpose natin i-delete ito?
Did they create any trouble? According to my resource person, it did not create any trouble, Mr. President. So why are we deleting?
So, with a service-connected disability, so 100% ka, 10,000 ka. Okay. So, tinanggal nila yan.
Okay.
But if wala,
Again, Mr. President, those with 100% service-connected disability is proposed to receive the adjusted disability pension of 10,000, which I mentioned earlier, Mr. President.
okay.
Veterans aged 70 years old without a service-connected disability will still be entitled to a monthly pension of 1,700, as I've mentioned earlier, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. President, ito kasi provided that a veteran, so naklaro natin, tinanggal natin yung with or, a veteran without a service-connected disability, upon reaching the age of 70 years old, 100% disabled siya, 1,700 monthly pension. Okay.
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
President.
A veteran who has a non-service-connected disability, upon reaching the age of 70, is also totally disabled and should get also 1,700. Tama?
You're correct, Mr. President.
Oh, that's why we are deleting that phrase or non-service connected, Mr. President.
That is the reason why we deleted it, Mr. President.
No, but that person actually should receive 1,700. May disability siya.
Yeah.
Pero not service connected, non-service connected. How much should that person get?
Yung disability niya, sapagat na-reach niya na yung 70 years of age.
Correct, 100% na siya.
Yes.
Mayroon siyang physical disability na non-service connected. 1,700 pa rin.
Wala, sir. Wala, Mr. President.
Hindi, upon reaching,
Wala siyang disability. Wala siyang physical disability, Mr. President.
well, okay. At any rate, Mr. President, my position is, I think we would be safer
If we retain it?
Yes, in not deleting that particular phrase. So anyway, we'll have time to reflect on this, and that is just the point I wanted to raise.
Maybe in the period of amendments,
Yes,
Mr.
yes,
President.
Mr. President. Yun lang. Yun lang po, Mr. President. So, wala na tayong tanong. So, thank you for that, Mr. President. I think time na rin time na rin talagang i-increase.
Yes. I think this is
28 years.
long overdue, Mr. President.
28
Since 28 years ago, sa
years ago, Mr. President. So,
1994.
no-brainer na po ito. Tsaka, of course, disability pension na ito ng
So,
mga
kawawa
tao.
po yung mga veterano po natin.
Nagtaya ng buhay to defend our sovereignty, territory, and of course, our way of life, Mr. President. Thank you.
Tama-tama sana sa araw ng kagitingan, but I don't think this will pass before April 9.
Yes, Mr. President. So, with this, Mr. President, I'd like to thank our sponsor for entertaining our simple questions, and we are with him, Mr. President, in full support of this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
I would like to thank the Minority Floor Leader for his very, very valuable insights in improving this bill, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. 1 minute suspension. is resumed.
Mr. President, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate or ask further questions, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, period of interpellation is hereby closed.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1480 under Committee Report number 11. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
President, I move for a minute suspension.
Session
Session resumed.
Mr. President, just some admin matters before we proceed with some privileged speeches, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of the body and with the consent of Senator Bong Revilla Jr., I move that Senator Bongo be made co-author of Senate House Bill number 21. This is amending Section 2 of RA 10868 or the Centenarians Act of 2016. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed with the privileged speech and recognize Senator Pia Cayetano to deliver her speech. I so move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of Taguig and municipality of Pateros, Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, it is Women's Month and we celebrate as often, anywhere and everywhere that we can. I take this opportunity to discuss a concern that I have raised in the previous Congresses, and these are the need to review discriminatory laws against women. I chaired the Committee on Women, Youth and Family Relations for 6 years, and during this period, I've had the opportunity to review these laws. The Constitution is very clear that the state recognizes the role of women in nation building and shall ensure the fundamental equality before the law of women and men. We also have our Magna Carta of Women, and the Philippines also ratified the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. These are the reasons, Your Honor, why the Philippines often ranks as one of the most gender equal countries globally based on the annual gender gap report published by the World Economic Forum. So we do what we can, but there is still room for improvement. We have been regressing in gender parity in the last few years. As legislators, our primary job to ensure that we pass laws that advance the status and protect the rights of women. However, while we do this, we must also acknowledge that the laws with provisions that are discriminatory against women are relics from the past and must be amended or repealed. At the beginning of the 19th Congress, I filed Resolution number 25, which directed the Committee on Women, Children, and Family Relations and Gender Equality and other appropriate committees to conduct a review in aid of legislation on these precise laws with such provisions that are discriminatory. The outcome from previous Congresses are as follows. In the 14th Congress, that is during the year 2007 to 2010, and the 15th Congress, 2010 to 2013, we did have these committee hearings that I mentioned, and again in the 16th Congress, 2013 to 2016. The review of the previous Congresses resulted in the following: repeal of Article 351 of the revised penal code, which used to penalize premature marriages. It also amended the Anti-Mail Order Bride Act. We still have, Your Honors, existing laws which are discriminatory or contain distinctions, exclusions, or restrictions against women. This is Article 14 on parental consent, Article of the Family Code. This is all on the Family Code. Article 96 on joint administration of community property. Article 124 on joint administration of conjugal property. Article 211 on joint parental authority, and Article 225 on joint legal guardianship over the property of the unemancipated common child. In these provisions, it is the man, it is the husband who is given these responsibilities. Why? Why? No other reason than he is the husband and he is the man. In many cases, there are families where the woman, and in many families actually, is more involved in these matters, and it is the man who's given this decision-making role. So these are things that we really need to review, Your Honors. In the revised penal code, there's Article 333 on adultery, Article 334 on concubinage, and Article 247 on death or physical injuries under exceptional circumstances. I understand no less than our majority floor leader filed the bill in his first term as member of the House or member of the Senate? Member of the House, so many years ago, wherein the law seeks to equalize the penalty for marital infidelity. There are also provisions in the on the Code of Muslim Personal Laws, Your Honors. So to conclude, as chairman of the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation and Futures Thinking, this representation is committed to building a more sustainable future for women and their children. And as I always say, the goal is not to give preference to women. The goal is to create gender partnership. We give preference to women because, like other sectors that have been traditionally given less opportunities, that is the reason why we create opportunities for them to rise above the discriminatory practices that they have experienced in life. But the ultimate goals, Your Honors, are gender equality among all. So with that, Your Honors, I end my speech knowing that I am in good company. Our male colleagues here have always shown support, and at the proper time, I believe the chairman of our Committee on Women will be able to hear this. We've had discussions in the past, and I think we will have the support of our colleagues on this. Thank you, and happy Women's Month to all of us.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much, distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we refer the speech of the distinguished lady from the city of Taguig and Pateros, we'd just like to put on record my utmost support to her privileged speech, Mr. President. She is right in mentioning that this representation filed that bill, Mr. President, when I first became a member of Congress in 2002. 2002 po ako, Mr. President, 9 months delayed yung proclamation ko. If you recall, Mr. President, you were the ones who welcomed me in the House of Representatives in my very first day, February 6, 2002, Mr. President. And one of the bills that I filed, Mr. President, is the anti-marital infidelity bill. We were actually blessed when we were able to pass this measure on third reading, Mr. President. But unfortunately, it fell on the deaf ears of the then Senate, Mr. President. Unfortunately, I don't know if there's not much time, etc. But again, just for the record, Mr. President, we filed this bill again in this August chamber, Senate Bill number 1140, which seeks to remove the unequal treatment between the crimes of adultery and concubinage. Currently po, yung married man to be guilty of concubinage must have intercourse with a woman who is not his spouse under very specific and hard to prove conditions. At yung pinakamabigat po, Mr. President, I remember distinguished colleague from Taguig and Pateros, yung pong scandalous circumstance, Mr. President, na napakahirap i-prove. Doon pa lang makikita mo talaga na napakalaki ng diferensya nung karapatan ng isang kababaihan at kalalakihan, Mr. President. Yung compared to adultery, a married woman can be convicted right away, Mr. President. So, just like to put that on record, and Mr. President, the Deputy Minority Leader would also like to make a short manifestation. I move that she be recognized, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Our distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. I regret that I was a bit late coming back down from my office, kaya I missed, I suppose, a good part of the privileged speech of the gentle lady from Taguig and Pateros, but I did catch the last part. So yes, I would like to express my appreciation for her privileged speech during this month of Women's Month, and to affirm that, of course, in principle, the Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality supports the different contributory legislative agenda of the women and men members of the Senate, including, of course, the gentle lady from Taguig and Pateros. At pinapahalagahan din po ng komite at nitong tagapangulo yung suporta ng lahat ng mga kasapi ng ating chamber, pati na po kayong mga lalaki, Mr. President. So, salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
And
Thank you.
for the record, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, to the Deputy Minority Floor Leader, I support moves to create gender parity, particularly on these issues on the laws which dictate concubinage and
Adultery.
adultery. Yes,
Thank you, Mr. President.
that's what they say. What is good for the goose is good for the gander.
Definitely, Mr. President. Mr. President, with that, I move that we refer the speech of the distinguished lady from Taguig and Pateros, Senator Pia Cayetano, and all the manifestations thereon to the Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 60 on Senate Bill number 1615. This is the bill pertaining to Baler, Aurora as the birthplace of Philippine surfing. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 1615 under Committee Report number 60. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act recognizing the municipality of Baler in the province of Aurora as the birthplace of Philippine surfing.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Aurora, the Honorable, Mr.
Your
President,
Honor,
Your Honor, Senator Sani Angara to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Your Honor, Senator Sani Angara of the province of Baler, surfing capital of the Philippines, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader, dear colleagues. Magandang gabi po. Kami po ay tumatayo ngayon para i-sponsor ang Committee Report 60 para ideklara ang aming bayan ng Baler sa probinsya ng Aurora bilang birthplace of Philippine surfing. Ito ay counterpart ng House Bill 5961 ni Aurora Rep. Romela Angara sa Kamara de Representante along with 60 other co-authors. At itong panukala ay pumasa sa third reading itong nakaraang November 21, 2022. Kilala ang bayan ng Baler bilang isa sa mga tanyag na tourist destinations ng bansa na umusbong sa nakaraang dekada. Isa sa mga pangunahing dahilan kung bakit bumibisita ang mga turista ay para mag-surfing sa matataas na alon ng Sabang Beach, Cemento Beach, Charlie's Point at iba pang mga surfing spots sa probinsya ng Aurora. Sa katunayan, punong-puno ang mga kilalang surfing spots ang bansa natin bukod sa Baler, tulad ng Pagudpud sa Ilocos Norte, San Juan sa La Union, Daet sa Camarines Norte, Kalikoan sa Eastern Samar, General Luna sa Siargao. May kanya-kanyang pananaw o opinyon kung alin dito ang pinakamaganda, pero namumukod tangi ang Baler dahil kinikilala ito bilang pinakaunang lugar kung saan may nag-surfing sa mga alon ng Pilipinas at nag-organisa para dito. Ayon sa pahayag ng ating mga resource persons, simula 1969 pa, pinupuntahan na ang mga misyonaryong dayuhan ang Baler para mag-surfing. Binansagan bilang mga Amerikano kahit na iba-iba ang kanilang nasyonalidad. Ang mga misyonaryong ito ay ang mga unang tumulong at nag-udyok sa mga taga-Baler na sakyan ang mga alon sa beach. Unti-unti itong nagbago paglipas ng mga panahon ayon sa paglalahad ni Steve Scott, isang Amerikanong surfer na nakatira sa Subic Naval Base. Binisita daw niya at ng kanyang mga kaibigan ang Baler noong taong 1972, dala-dala ang unang modernong surfboard. Iniwan ni Ginoong Scott ang surfboard niya sa Baler at napunta raw ito sa mga bata ng Baler. After Mr. Scott's visits, there are other accounts of foreigners visiting Sabang Beach in 1975, ostensibly to scope out the area and surf. But the story between Baler and surfing took a deeper turn in the year 1976 when world-renowned director Francis Ford Coppola chose the remote beach town as the main filming location for his multi-awarded Vietnam War epic Apocalypse Now. For the film, Baler was dressed up to be a seaside Vietnamese village. Some shooting days even including helicopters, jet planes, and explosions to simulate the ravages wrought by the Vietnam War. Film buffs might remember the memorable character Colonel Kilgore, played by the great Robert Duvall, who notoriously said, "I love the smell of napalm in the morning." In the same scene where he said the famous line, Colonel Kilgore ordered some of his men to surf the waves even while they were being shot at by their enemies off camera. Cut scenes of the men surfing amid the gunshots and explosions were of the waves that many Baler surfers enjoy today in a location called Charlie's Point. This is the same area where the famous Ride of the Valkyries scene was shot. Here is a short clip. Next is Majority Leader surfing.
What do you think?
And Senate President in Speedos. Yan.
We will scare the nation.
Red Speedos.
Look, good 6-foot swell. The southeast still pretty hot, sir. Maybe you ought to surf somewhere else. What do you know about surfing, Major? You're from goddamn New Jersey.
76.
Come here. Change. Me right now, sir? I want to see how radical that stuff is. Go change. You're pretty hairy out there, sir. You want to surf, soldier? Yes, sir. That's good, son, because you either surf or fight. That's clear. Now get going. I'll come aboard. And bring a board for legs. Come on. Let's go. You can't take off. God damn it. Don't you think it's a little risky for R&R? If I say it's safe to surf this beach, Captain, it's safe to surf this beach. I mean, I'm not afraid to surf this place. I'm trying to surf this place.
4 years old. 4 years.
Now for this Big Duke 6. God damn it! I'm on the tree-line bomb!
Big Duke 6, Roger, 013, stand by.
Move in the Stone Age, son! Smell that? You smell that?
No.
Nothing else in the world smells like that.
I hope not. I hope
Smell
not.
it in the morning.
Thank you, Mr. President, for watching. Iniwan ng mga crew member ng Apocalypse Now ang kanilang mga surfboards para magamit ng mga batang baler. Sa puntong ito, talagang nagkaugat ang pagmamahal ng mga taga-baler sa surfing. Sa paglipas ng mga taon, lalong umusbong at lumago ang mga surfing activities nila. Nagsimulang bumuo ng mga local surfing groups ang mga taga-baler hanggang sa napansin ito ng mga international surfing organizations. In August 1983, opisyal na itinatag ang Philippine-USA Surfing Cultural Exchange sa Baler, ang NSSA Philippine and Interscholastic Surfing Competition. At ilang mga Baler boys ang hinikayat na sumali, kasama sila Lysander Quirejero at Edmund Chango Mendoza, ay local surfing legend. Mahalagang sabihin na ang punto na ang pinakaunang Philippine surfing team na pinili ng Department of Tourism noong 1986 ay binuo ng 3 taga-Baler. Naulit po ito noong 1987 kung saan 7 taga-Baler ang pinili para sa Philippine surfing team. Nangyari uli ito noong sumunod na mga taon at hanggang ngayon po madalas may mga taga-Baler na sumasali sa mga international surfing competitions. Sa madaling salita, sa pamamagitan ng panukalang batas, nais natin kilalanin ang Baler bilang pinakaunang lugar sa Pilipinas kung saan umusbong at naging organisado ang surfing bilang isang formal na sport. Ultimately, in pushing for this declaration, we seek to provide our hometown Baler with a policy tool from which they can entice more visitors and boost its tourism, which is one of the municipality's major industries. And by recognizing Baler as the birthplace of Philippine surfing, in no way do we seek to diminish or disregard the vital role which other surfing destinations continue to play in deepening Filipinos' love for the sport and in raising the country's international profile in it. We merely seek to leverage the characteristics that are specific and unique to our town and to use them as a platform for boosting our tourism. Simple lang po, Mr. President, ang pakay, una, kilalanin ang malagang papel na ginampanan ng bayan ng Baler sa simula at paglago ng surfing sa Pilipinas, at pangalawa, bigyan ng mas malawak na pagkakataon ng bayan ng Baler para itulak palalo ang turismo nito upang mabigyan ng mas maraming trabaho at kita ang mga kababayan namin doon. Salamat po, Mr. President. Salamat po, dear colleagues, Majority Leader.
Mr. President,
Yes, thank you very much to Senator Angara. But before we, may I just make a statement, Mr. Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. President.
I have one question to ask the sponsor. I know it's not yet the period of interpellation, but if he wants to get my support on this, I want to ask this one question. Does he know how to surf?
I surfed with the Majority Leader, Mr. President.
Really?
We surfed. We have photos. We have photographic evidence. That
Or
is
that
me.
you? But you're on your
That
way
is me
down.
about to fall down. About to fall down.
Right
Yeah.
down in that picture.
I look. There are two interpretations to this picture, Mr. President. One is I'm on the way up, and the other is I'm on the way down. I think it's the latter that is more truthful.
there's another.
The Majority Leader has tried the waves in Baler, Mr. President.
Mr. President, there's also this thing called Photoshop.
Photoshop, okay.
I don't know if that's the third option. But kidding aside, Mr. President, let me state for the record, nais ko pong ilagay sa talaan ng bulwagang ito na sa unang pagkakataon na ako po ay natutong mag-surf ay doon po sa mismong bayan ni Senator Sani Angara when I was invited to speak in 2012 for Aurora Day, Mr. President. At nakakataba ng puso, Mr. President, dahil natutunan ko talaga, Mr. President, yung pagsisurf at nakaka-engganyo po talaga ito. Napakagandang exercise, napakasarap gawin lalo na dito sa ating bansa. And we take pride, Mr. President, as Filipinos na magaganda yung mga surfing sites natin. At para po sa akin, I have to speak for my own experience. Ang pinakamagandang surfing place dito sa bansa ay yung pong lugar ng Baler kung saan ako po ay naka-experience ng pagsisurf. So, Ginoong Pangulo, nais ko rin pong ilagay sa talaan with the permission of Senator Angara that this representation be made co-author of this measure, Mr. President, together with the Senate President, Mr.
And
President,
the
with the
Deputy
indulgence of
Minority
the sponsor.
As well as Ma'am Risa, I think.
And Senator Risa is asking for the floor, Mr. President, for a short manifestation.
Absolutely.
May I move that she be recognized, Mr. President?
Our Deputy Minority Floor Leader is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Bilang lang pagsuporta sa panukalang batas ng Good Gentleman from Aurora, gusto ko lang maikuwento sa kanila ang isang maikling kwento na hindi ko pa naikikwento. Bilang pagsuporta din dun sa ebidensya nila tungkol kaugnay ng Apocalypse Now. Dahil po, Mr. President, Good Gentleman from Aurora, nung teenager po yung aking late husband, si Frank Barakel, na nakilala ng Good Gentleman from Aurora nung magkasama kami sa House of Representatives. Nung teenager po siya, sinamahan po niya ang tito niya na naging kusinero ng isang pinakamalaking movie production dito sa Pilipinas, sa Baler, ang Apocalypse Now. Opo, kasi Mr. President, Good Gentleman from Aurora, si Frank po ay naging parang kuya ng batang si Charlie Sheen noon, na sinama ni Martin Sheen na isa sa mga bida ng pelikulang Apocalypse Now. Kaya po, Mr. President, Good Gentleman from Aurora, hanggang ngayon, meron pa pong tito at mga pinsan at mga pamangkin si Frank na dun na po tumira at umugat sa Aurora. Ito po'y kwento na kwento sa akin ni Frank nung siya'y nanliligaw pa hanggang kami naging isang pamilya. Kaya sigurado ko po, Mr. President, matutuwa po si Frank. Sigurado kong naririnig niya ako ngayon sa aking pagpapahayag ng buong loob na suporta sa Good Gentleman from Aurora. Dahil po, yung sport na iyan ng surfing na pinanganak sa Pilipinas, sa Aurora, at yung partikular na lugar ng Baler ay naging isa sa pinaka-masayang alaala nung aking late husband. So mabuhay po sa Good Gentleman from Aurora at muli po ang aking suporta sa kanilang panukalang batas. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Mr.
ma'am.
President, allow me to thank profusely our colleagues, the Deputy Minority Leader. We were hoping for a more romantic story, but we still appreciate her support very much, Sir President, and the memory of her late husband is much appreciated.
And
And of
also-
course, our Majority Leader, we thank him for his praise, and he personally tried it. And you were a guest, but I don't think you were able to go surfing. Maybe my dad had you on such a tight schedule, Mr. President. And we also appreciate your reluctant support to our measure, Mr. President.
I have full support.
Your reluctant and conditional support to our measure.
Actually, a bit of trivia. The Baler is known for its waves in surfing, but there's one point in time in the history of Baler where there was a tsunami that hit Baler. And it was only the Angara family that survived. Kaya sa kanila na yung mga
That's why we're all related, Mr. President. There were 6 families who
six
survived.
families
Yeah.
pala who survived.
We were one of the 6.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank
Yeah.
you to our colleagues.
And also, just another fun fact, but we're also coming close to the, if I'm not mistaken, Senator Angara, it is also the Siege of Baler, the celebration of the Siege of Baler, June 30. is coming up. I was with the Spanish ambassador today, and we discussed that, and he wanted to make sure that, he wanted me to meet with you together with other
Maybe we
colleagues.
can invite you, Mr. President.
I would
and
love
our
to go.
colleagues to go.
Because that's during our, I know, is it the break? That's
It's during the break, Mr. President.
June 30, yes, absolutely. We would love to go. I will try to surf with you.
We want to invite the chair of the Committee on Tourism to.
The last time
But,
I was with the chairman of the Committee on Tourism,
Yeah.
we were in the Boracay Island
It's not
Paradise.
advisable to surf in a bikini, Mr. President. It's treacherous, Mr. President.
Yes. I would like to see the husband, Pepito, sir.
That's another matter, Mr. President.
That's another matter. All right, please proceed, Mr. Majority
Yeah,
Leader.
Mr. President, just wanted to say again, Mr. President, that I consider myself as part of Baler Boys, Mr. President. I can see my chief of staff is also from Baler, Albert Basa, who is also here, Mr. President. Just to put on record that we are in full support of the initiative of our good friend, our seatmate, our brother, Senator Sani Angara. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1650 under Committee Report number 60. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
President, I move-
Please do not forget to invite us to Baler, especially Senator Nancy Binay and Senator Risa Ontiveros. Huh? Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, March 22, 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Deputy Majority Floor Leader, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wednesday, March 22, 2023. Have a good evening, everyone.